Order. Can I get everyone to stand for the Pledge of Allegiance? I
pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We'll get a roll call, please, Chris.
Brandon Earl.
I'm here.
Andrea Kreifels.
Here.
Sarah Lawrence.
Here.
Jason Newberry.
Here.
Jessica Seelager.
Here.
Robert White.
Yes.
Pat Zika.
Here.
Okay. Next up, adoption of the agenda.
Move to approve the agenda as presented.
Okay, we got a motion. Can I get a second?
Second.
Have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Recognition of patrons and staff.
Everybody listen.
First thing up, discussion item, education spotlight.
Yes, so we have some special guests tonight. Our Teachers of the Year. We expanded this year. We expanded our Teacher of the Year awards. We have always done one Teacher of the Year award, which is called the Excellence in Teaching Award. That has always been a part of it. And so this year, you guys can stand up. So Desi Schwartz is our Excellence in Teaching Award winner this year, and so does amazing job at the middle school, and so we're super proud. Mike, you don't want to get in there with him? And then for our nominees for Kansas Teacher of the Year, we have Luann McGurk and Cecily Day. And for elementary, we're allowed to nominate an elementary and a secondary representative for Kansas Teacher of the Year. And so they both won that award this year. And so super proud of everything they've done. And then Ashley Shuck is actually on vacation, but she's actually the district's nominee for the Horizon Award, which is a first-year teacher award. And so super proud of all the hard work that she did this year. So we wanted to get these guys in front of you and make sure that you got to see the amazing staff that we have and appreciate them for all their hard work. So, and they've already received their awards in our award ceremony and all this stuff. So. Appreciate you guys very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next up is the HR update.
Yes, Steph. So it was a district goal to beef up HR in the district. And so thank you, ladies.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
So we kind of went further into the year than we wanted it to. We wanted to get done earlier in the year, but we waited to find an amazing employee. And so Shalisha started in very early March or late February, right around there. And so really Steph's only had a couple months to start beefing things up. But we just wanted to, since this was a district goal, we wanted her to just briefly tell you kind of some of the projects she's working on. And like I said, it's only been a couple months, so there's a lot more to do. So.
Yep, like Adam said, I began training Shalisha as our new payroll clerk, and been gradually giving her more responsibility. She has been a fantastic addition to the team. She's catching on quick, and we are very fortunate to have her. So alongside training with her, I focused on several HR processes. This includes improving our onboarding and offboarding procedures, sending out exit surveys, organizing job applications and resumes for administrators, and preparing materials for the district interview teams. Looking ahead, I'm going to work on updating the work calendars, new evaluation forms for our classified staff, organizing district job descriptions, and finishing the district org chart. Efforts are also ongoing to improve our leave procedures, and I'll be reaching out to other school districts to compare practices and gather ideas. Another project I would like to start working on is the employee administration module in Skyward. This is a massive undertaking. It's going to require training as well as time, and essentially what this does is we would add all the positions into the district module in Skyward, add the job description that goes with it, and then tag the employee that goes in it. So when we do have an open position, we can show that as open. It also has the capability for us to have district applications on Skyward. So it kind of is going to streamline that process for us a little bit. It's just going to be an undertaking. I also hope to spend more time in the buildings next year to provide district support to employees and our administrators. And as far as training goes, I am enrolled in the KASB Human Resources Academy. This is a self-paced online program focused on enhancing HR knowledge and skills. So it includes information like the Fair Labor Standards Act, which I did today, FMLA, hiring procedures, dealing with difficult situations, etc. And I do believe this role should continue to evolve to meet the needs of our staff and administrators.
Perfect. And the last thing Steph wanted to do today was talk to you guys.
I
So
want to go eat supper.
she's very much doing this for me. She's very much doing this for me, and so I appreciate it. So.
You're welcome.
So every position will have a job description?
Yes, that's one thing I'm working on. So we have job descriptions now, but I want to make sure that every position in the district has a job description. And so it's kind of organizing those now, so once we implement this new program, they just flow into it.
Okay.
So,
I love the onboarding, offboarding, and exit surveys and org chart, all
Yeah.
good stuff.
yeah, and the org chart, we're trying to do more like by position. And it just is becoming massive. So it's just trying to shore that up a little bit. So,
Because I'm not trying to put you on the spot,
you're
but
fine.
I am. Right now, we don't have a job description for everyone.
I think
Every employee.
in a way we do, it's just the district, since the last time we really gathered job descriptions, we have moved. Like, and not every, library aide is doing what the other library aides are doing in the elementary. So it's really like targeting,
It's just that from all schools.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we're not duplicating what the
correct,
job is, but
yes. And hours worked, all the things.
Okay.
Yeah.
Very good.
Any questions? Okay.
Thank
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
You're awesome.
Have a good
Appreciate
night.
Yep.
All right, next up, Tier 3 behavior support.
All right, Tara. We got her for a couple more weeks. Gotta hear from her.
I sent out kind of what the last year at the end of the year, I think in June, or early July, we put in tier 3 and 2 elementary. So every elementary had 2 special ed teachers. So I sent out what the goal is for those 2 new people. So I'm here to answer questions if you have any about what it looks like and how we're training and all those different things. So did you guys have any questions from the presentation I sent out? Do you have any questions now about anything? I will tell you, I added a letter from Shin in there, and also I got Charity's information in there. And then I talked to both the teachers. We moved one teacher to the high school to do it's functional low incidence, and so we hired a new person for that position already. And then 2 people are going next week or this week. Tomorrow, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday to a state training specifically for what we're doing. So it's more along the lines of visual schedules. It helps keep things, because sometimes our younger kids don't have words for the behaviors that they're having. So visual schedule helps put words in for them, if that makes sense. So they can tell from a picture more than try to put I'm angry or anything like that. So that's what we're working on. So, and you can always email me or ask me questions or whatever if something comes up. But
are they stationed, are these 2 people at specific buildings?
one is at Washington,
Because I asked that before, but now I'm kind of confused, so that,
one is at Washington and one's at Eisenhower. Because Kennedy and Lincoln already had 2 special ed teachers and they kind of do similar things. We have the inside out room at Lincoln, and then at Kennedy they do little spots. So they're doing kind of, they're the same thing with some of the same verbiage. So they're using colors, like if you're red, you're angry. If you're green, you're just okay, and those kind of things. So kids can relate to colors and incorporate that on how they're feeling. So everyone has something similar in each building, but now each has 2 special ed.
so that's basically what these 2 people are, they're just additional special ed people.
Yeah, but they're helping with tier 3 behaviors. So they're helping in that they're starting to put together visual schedules for kids and different things like that. So that really helps with the behavior in the room. Our school psychs didn't have to go out to Washington and help with the drastic behaviors that we have a couple kids that have, or they didn't have to go to Eisenhower for those more explosive behaviors nearly as much. So having those different programs in each building allows us similar but different in a way.
So
to
what do
hit
you
every kid's-
do for those explosive behaviors, like the student at Washington a couple years ago?
Mhm.
What,
I don't know if I know the student, but so our whole goal is to replace the explosive behaviors with behavior, or get them to realize that there's other ways to handle it. You can tell me you're angry without throwing something or hitting somebody or stuff like that. So it's all about replacement behavior.
well, what if that doesn't work?
Well, then we try
I mean,
something
what do you
else.
do with that? I'm not trying, I'm just
No, I
saying,
know.
because I know sometimes, I know what you're talking about, the charts and everything, and those are great and they're very helpful.
Uh-huh.
But for that child that's just continues to be explosive and go, just run around and run away and go into this room and yell and scream, what do we do? Do they go to Roosevelt? I mean, I don't know.
I mean, they could, there's a whole process to go to SCA. And each elementary principal knows the process, and we start as early as we can with gathering data. Some of these kids aren't even on special ed IEPs yet. So
Sure.
that's the other thing. So we have to gather information. And the way special ed works in that evaluation process is they start in the GEI process, and we start to try to do interventions. And we keep trying to do interventions until something works. Something may work one day and 2 weeks later it doesn't work again, so you go back to the drawing board. We work with parents. We also work pretty closely with the Sumner County Mental Health. And we try to get as many adults on the same page and the parents as well to try to help them too, because we also know they're at school 1 minute and then they go home. So, and these parents are trying their best, but it's hard when you have an explosive kid and you don't understand where it's coming from. So the whole idea is try to find out where, and like if we know that they hate math, so we work on how do we get them to not necessarily like math, but not hate it enough to have explosions, right? And so the one school at Washington, we hired a new teacher there that has some of this background too. So it'll help our new teacher, who we hired last year, learn. And they're the two that are going to the state training. It's 3 days. It's free, but they take their time out of the summer and they go to, I think, Newton. And so they'll help them with learning. And by the time they leave, they'll have some different picture schedules available and some of those things. But, it's so important to work with parents, all the adults involved, so we're on the same page. And we're trying to start talking the same language, right? And I think that's why we have those in place.
Thanks.
Anyone else have any questions?
Thank you.
Okay, Thank you.
Thank you, Peter.
All right, next up, professional development action plan.
Okay. Ed, you are up, sir.
I'm sorry for the tree that lost its life and all of the paper that
This was
I have.
impressive to go through. I printed it off too.
Yeah, okay, good. So with this has been a little bit of a process because our plan actually expired and then the state was realigning when those due dates were because of life at the State Department and now it doesn't expire until the end of July. This is a weird situation because it has to be approved by 3 different entities. It has to be approved by our local professional development council, which is myself from the district level and then teachers at the building. And then there's also administrator for secondary and elementary also. And so it has to be approved by that body, and it has to be approved by you all, and then it has to be approved by the state board. And in order for us to get it on the state board agenda, it has to, for July, it needs to be approved by the end of this meeting, please. And if it doesn't happen, it doesn't happen, and we'll be late, and that'll work out. But one of the things that also happened in the middle of us gathering data for this, which is all of these pieces of paper, is that they changed the template. And so the template that we worked off of with PDC that started back in December when we started working on this, it changed in March. And so all of the work that we had done, we had to redo. And then the state didn't send out that information until March 7th, I think. And then we weren't able to meet with the rep from KSD until the middle of May. And so we had to send a calendar thing. We had to give them 2 weeks to look at our document once it's been completed. And so almost everything that's in there is from the template from the state. And so we've met with the PDC rep from KSDE, and then we had some back and forth with him after that. And then the document that I sent you is what's was in the folder. So it is not as long as it was the previous time. So that is somewhat nice, but it does, and the formatting's weird. So if you saw that if you looked at it and some of the pictures didn't go where they were supposed to go, it's because of the formatting. And they're using Word. I don't have Word. I'm using a Google Doc and trying to get it to talk back and forth. I have Word on my desktop, but I don't have it on my laptop. And so once you all have said, okay, we have to have one signature from the board, and then once it's approved, then I can fix the formatting. If there were to be a change that PDC would want to recommend to you all, there's a page in there for that. So if there are some things that after this that you are like, you know, I really would like to have some more clarity on something, or something like that, or if PDC says, hey, this is really not how it's working for us, because life changes and processes need to change. And so if there's something that needs to be changed, it doesn't have to go back to the state, it would just have to go before the PDC and before you all to make that change. This is a 5-year document, so once it's approved for 5 years, and then we'll do it again.
Also, I mean, I was on PDC 20 years ago probably, and I mean, it's nothing new. I mean, it's more paperwork.
It is.
I thought, I mean, that's like I said, I read once of it and went through it, but
Yeah, it's, there was a lot.
well, has it been like that? I mean, the last 10 years?
You know, it has, the processes that are in place with KSD have changed, specifically because of the accreditation model being updated. And so, which is why they changed the template in March. So I just wish we would have had it earlier so that we could have done a little bit more due diligence with it. Because some of the formatting is theirs, it's just their straight language, and we're like, okay. So I did still fix some of the things in there, but I didn't fix everything that I saw. So
And that's the same document you gave us in May?
the one I emailed.
Okay.
Yeah, because he said after we met on May 14th, he said, I need to know by May 31st what your plan is. I was like, cool. Well, we don't even have a meeting between May 14th and then
September.
so I just needed to know. So I talked to Mr. Atfeld, and he just said, we email you and then hopefully give you some additional time to review it, then that would be helpful. So I did not hear back from anybody on it. So, again, our plan does expire in July, and in order for it to be go on the State Board of Education agenda, then it would need to be approved this evening. So
Did you ever see where we use PDC points for move over on the salary schedule?
it's only through Crusader credits. And so, and the way that looks on here, it really pairs with impact points. So in there it talks about the process. Knowledge points are basically just going to an in-service. Application points are going to an in-service and applying your knowledge.
Right.
And then impact points would be moving beyond that. So using it to teach others or something like that. So it is a long process. So if they apply for Crusader credits, they're supposed to apply, our staff for salary movement, they're supposed to apply for the Crusader credits at the beginning of the year because they're supposed to be working toward that impact level throughout the year. Yeah. So it's really a 3-time approval process, because when they come to PDC for approval of their points, then the first time they're asking for approval of knowledge, then they're asking for approval of application, and then they're asking for impact. And so it is a very long process.
Do we have very many people using it?
The Crusader credits, there were not any that signed up for Crusader credit this year. There were a handful that you all approved at the last year. Yeah. And so I think the goal really is to get them to impact. That's really what we're, regardless of whether they pursue the Crusader credit for salary movement we really want people to get the knowledge, be able to apply it within their own classroom, and then really provide impact for themselves and for the district.
Okay, anyone else have any questions on it? Are you looking for a motion? Anyone's comfortable?
If everybody's comfortable with it.
So moved.
Got a motion on the floor, can I get a second?
Second.
Got a second? All those in favor say aye. And opposed, same?
Thank you.
Thank you for your work on that. That was
Absolutely.
a lot.
And the explanation.
Yeah, for sure.
Next up, Chartwell's renewal addendum.
Okay, yes, so our addendum to our Chartwell's contract is available, and this is another one of those things that's kind of a quick turnaround thing, so kind of let Kelly explain the process.
So the renewal addendum is with our food service management company. And it is an annual thing that we have to do to keep up with the increase in food prices. And so we have a negotiator, which was Darcy, and Chartwell's has a negotiator. And so they go back and forth. And the CPI this year, I believe, was at 3.7%. Does that sound right?
So that was your,
Yeah, so 3.7, we, negotiate back and forth and settled on about 2.5% increase, which is pretty good compared to last year. I think last year was a little bit higher than that. And so it's just an annual thing. I know you look at the price, that $4.37 or what have you. That's what they will charge us for a meal. However, when we get and we don't have our reimbursement rate, that's the hard part for Darcy too, is that unfortunately she doesn't know what the reimbursement rates are because they don't put them out until mid-June, almost late June. And so she's kind of going off of what we had last year. So we don't know what the reimbursement rates that we'll get from the federal government or the state government, but in the past, it's definitely covered the cost of that $4.37, if not, more. I think last year we got reimbursement rate was around $4.77 from the combination of the two government entities. So this is just presented to you. It was approved by KSDE. We do have to have that before Adam and Chartwell signs off on it. So again, we're kind of seeking approval for it tonight so we can get that and not have to send them the board minutes showing that it was discussed with you guys.
Anyone have any questions on that?
So what will the kids pay next year?
We don't know. That's
That's
what
what we
we'll
don't
go
know.
off of some of this and then we'll plug in. We'll talk to our consultant a little bit and I talked to her on Wednesday. She didn't feel like we're gonna have to increase much, if anything. So it'll be again. We'll have to go through and look at our data.
Do you think we'll have that though, probably in July, the July meeting?
Yes, you will. Yep, most definitely July.
So this just helps us comply with the contract we already have. It doesn't extend anything. It just says this is an annual thing.
Just has to happen every year.
So moved.
Okay, got a motion, can I get a second?
Second.
Got a second, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
And opposed, same? Okay.
I just have to read something so perfect.
Alright, next up, elementary enrollment trends.
Yes, coming off of a work session, where this topic was discussed, board had requested that it be a topic at this meeting instead of in tomorrow night's other work session. And so also asked for some data. Some maps have come up in conversation the last several times we've talked about this. Those maps were put in your packets from a couple years ago when we put that data together. Just kind of general outlook on what our community looks like with under our current enrollment processes and kind of shows where students are heavy in some areas and then also spread across the community regardless of what elementary school they are at. And then there was some other data that was requested by the board about bus students at Eisenhower as far as elementary bus students. There are 74 students who qualify to ride the bus at Eisenhower and 60 students actually take advantage of that, their families. So that means 14 students are getting to school, you assume, by their parents or friends. But 60 students are actually using the bus services that are qualified for that. And then also requested information from students that were living outside the district, and so we have 30 out-of-district students and that are currently attending the district, and that has actually increased since the last time we checked that out. The bus student data is actually pretty consistent from the last time we checked, because I kind of had the number 66 in my head from the last time we had, and so that being around 60, that's pretty consistent. But the out of district student data has increased. So anyway, that topic, I know it's a long time topic for the district, and so I want to get you that data and any discussion that needs to happen tonight, and however you want us to move forward and continuing to get you information and for that topic.
I think that was helpful. I think the map helps everyone see it.
Did you not find the one that had them all on one?
The one
You
that
just-
Jen made.
That is the one Jen made, that's
Yeah.
just separated.
No, she
By
had
school.
one, she had 4 like this, and then she had one, all of them on it.
Okay, I can find it.
Yeah, that's what I've been kinda asking for, but,
And
we really need to know, I think, I never thought about how many elementary kids ride the bus? 'Cause that's-
60.
That's the, yeah.
That's 60 that ride the bus,
Yep.
no high school kids or middle school kids?
No, they do, but elementary was the only one that,
Oh,
that's the only
okay.
data that I got for.
I thought this was just bus kids total.
No, that's 60 elementary students. Those are ones, Eisenhower students that are riding the bus.
And where did the 30 out of district go? Or, I mean, how many of those are elementary, I guess?
I did not ask that, but I can find that out.
Where do you get this information from?
Peggy gets it all out of Infinite Campus.
I think Jen put these little things all together here.
Yeah, she did.
I mean, even broken up, it kind of shows you,
It does,
they're
all over.
everybody.
they're
knows
all
that.
over.
But if you look,
So,
if you look at the Washington students and you compare it to the Kennedy classroom sizes, you know, I was thinking, are they able to add an extra 7 kids per, but then you look at like what Eisenhower's doing right now, and that's what they're carrying. And so there's definitely room.
that's what I was asking at the work session. Cause, I mean, the schools themselves are
There's plenty of room in the school.
similar in size, right?
Which ones?
Washington and Kennedy, or not Washington, I'm sorry, Eisenhower and Kennedy.
No, Kennedy, Eisenhower's 1/3 larger. Eisenhower
It
was
is, see, that's what I
built
always had heard.
It was built for 3 classrooms,
Yeah,
and they
well-
have had 3 classrooms, not that we need those, I'm just, cause my son Colby had 3 classrooms. It was only half-day kindergartens then, so, there was still a lot of kindergartners, and they couldn't all go to one, so that year, Washington had an afternoon class. So, that's how they did it through kindergarten, and clear through 3rd grade, they had 3 classes. And they ended up
So
just 2.
then that begs the question, so if you do that, if Eisenhower is that much bigger than Kennedy, is there room for them to have the same size classes?
That's what I did here.
Is there room for them to have the same size classes?
And
So you're saying like, does each classroom warrant having 20 kids rather
Can
than
it-
13?
Yes.
Do we have the room?
Yes.
I don't know how many, what size a classroom has to be per student. I'm sure there's that number.
when we
up there
made
somewhere.
15, and we're our new people.
I mean, I know what we're saying we can handle as a class size. I'm saying room size,
How they'll be
Yeah, I mean, there were,
right? How many kids per square foot?
Yeah, cause you're looking at about
they won't
20
like
kids.
it, I mean, 3 classes, but, and I don't think they need 3 classes. But,
You're talking about the size at Kennedy,
Yeah,
to make sure they can hold 20 kids, 22
yeah,
kids.
can it hold,
Can each
we had
classroom
30
hold?
in 1st grade, we had 60
Kennedy?
1st graders before, yeah,
Okay.
so. there's plenty
okay,
of room.
that's.
Um, But I guess what I would like to just, settle or decide, that time we did say, and maybe I totally misunderstood the process when we were first starting all this redistricting or whatever, like 5 years ago, whatever, we had that meeting at the little theater. My thought was, what's a perfect classroom? Well, of course, 15, but that's not realistic to pay someone for 15 kids every year, just like we could have combined a 1st grade at Lincoln and moved one of those teachers to Washington for 1 year. That would have been, I'm just saying,
You wanna
I think 20 in a classroom is fine.
I mean, we have that, I don't think that you're gonna get away from it.
No, but I think we need to stop these 11s, 14s, 13s, you know. We need to save money, we need to find money. And 15, and hiring a full person for these size, and I mean, you know, I'm talking all of them, not just any specific school. We need to save money, and it's not gonna hurt the kids, you know.
So if we did something similar to that, Pat, there'd only be 3 blocks that would be colored red.
Yeah.
It would be oversized.
If we said 20 is the
If
recommendation.
you said, yeah,
Yeah,
20 is your
yeah.
recommendation.
And we know enrollment's going down, so, well, not always, so I shouldn't say that, but if one class has 21 or 22, I mean, I'm not gonna ask for extra money, or, I mean, we've never been able to manage that. You know, who's got 25, who's got 20, who's got 30. Okay, so we had 60 first graders one year. So to set a number, I think, is what bothers me the most. If I have more than that, then I can be upset, you know. Because if we're talking about closing,
Yeah, where did that number come from? Was it just?
and I don't know which board it was, we, you know, brainstormed, what's the ideal classroom? Well, that's what we said. You know, I'm not saying it's not, but I don't even know if it is, actually. I wouldn't want just 15 kids, but,
The original numbers. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, where did
The
this
class
ideal
size
come
numbers.
from?
So when
There's been a lot of talk
when the
about
topic first came up, we went out and did some polling of all of our teachers, of community members, of different people, and came up with ideal class sizes at the time, and then had the board approve those as ideal class sizes to work with to try to head into this topic and this restructuring process. Those numbers can be changed anytime the board wants. That's just what we came up with at the time, which was 15 in K1, 18 in 2 through 5, and 22 in the secondary classrooms. And so any of our restructuring decisions have been based off of that. It's really hard because it's all over the place, because you end up with this classroom, okay, you have 18 kids, well now there's 20. Do you really mess with that, you know? And then also is somebody leaving, and all those types of things. So like I said, that we had told the board that we were only gonna do this through attrition, so we've only attacked it in situations where we had somebody leaving, and then we looked at that situation to see whether we needed to adjust. And so that's what's happened over time. But that's Pat's correct, that's data that was put together back in 5 years ago or so, and so those numbers could be changed anytime, or you don't even have to do numbers, it's up to you.
I was gonna say, where are we what's the benefit of using numbers? Why do we have numbers?
To try to establish what a classroom size is for making decisions. So if you're gonna make a decision on whether you're gonna have 2 sections in a school, and you only have 18 kids, then you don't wanna do 2 sections, obviously. And so it's just setting numbers to try to go off of, knowing it wasn't gonna be perfect, just to try to average.
like, next year we hired a full-time person. The second grade had 12 kids in it. They're gonna go to third grade with a brand new teacher. And then when we wanna shift Washington to a daycare preschool, we have 2 teachers that we could have had,
Well, I think Washington was a different story because it's only one track, so.
no, I mean, I was trying to think of this one year, like next year.
Right.
We're thinking 20.
No, I see that,
Yeah,
but I'm saying for this year, we still needed a teacher in that
Yeah, you need a teacher,
classroom.
cause you can't even shift
right,
one
that's
from
what I'm
a
saying,
different school.
you could have, and we could have, so I guess I don't need to talk about it, but like, if we move, and these people, I like you guys if you're watching, but, we could have had 20 kids in first grade at Lincoln and moved one of those teachers to first grade at Washington and not hire anyone new to have to worry about when we do try to make classes. That was
I see
my
what you
thought.
mean.
But now we're gonna have, I don't know, we might, I don't know.
Yeah, and you're correct, Pat, we haven't done that. We have strictly had times of attrition and then made decisions in
Kept
that.
them in
We
the
have
same-
not
in the
been,
same class,
put
in the
people
same
across the district and things, so.
I think just this time, I'm thinking just this time it would have worked because we
I see
are
what you
thinking of not
Mhm.
returning full-time staff to Kennedy or
Yeah.
Washington. That's the only time I would think it.
And my response to that is, although I know it's been talked about, I still don't have a decision to go off of, and I'm sitting on
Of what?
running this place for 5-6 years without a decision.
We don't have a decision on what.
We haven't made an official vote on what to do.
Right, I still have to run the
Can we do
district,
that right now, then, so we just have it? I've
But-
heard that so many years.
Make a motion.
I don't feel comfortable yet, but
Nope.
We're talking about putting it in a bond issue.
yeah, that, I have questions about that tomorrow.
Are we gonna talk about it and say we're doing it? We're talking about putting it in a bond issue, but we say we're not doing it. That's a problem,
Mhm.
I think.
Now, I'm with you. I mean, I said that at the work session, if we're gonna do something, we need to move. And
I
that's my
thought we
biggest fear
decided 2
is
years
that we
ago
are just
that
gonna
we-
sit here and talk about this data every meeting for the next
I
year
know.
and then be stuck in the same position next year. But I don't think that we can make the motion and vote on it until we know what we're gonna do with all of these souls. So we have to figure that out first and then make the decision.
I think we have to decide. Now, my voice just gets like I'm really happy, but I'm not at all. I'm just talking.
You're just passionate,
I just am.
passionate Pat.
Thank you. We have to, I think, this is my opinion, we have to say we're closing it. And then let's figure out what we're gonna do, because it's gonna take a while to figure out what we're gonna do, you know? And until we have,
Well, maybe we would need to figure out what we're gonna do before we close it. We don't wanna make a big mistake. The consensus that I hear, people still want their neighborhood schools. And especially in the north end. And I wouldn't wanna be the school board member that got to go up there and tell everybody your property values are going down, cause you're in the wrong end of town, there's no school here.
what are we, 8 miles of car across from Kennedy? We're not,
Ain't that far.
we're not in Wichita, we're not, we are a community, and I totally get it.
I see both sides, but I think that we need to have a plan in place before we take action. I just wanna make sure that we continue forward working on a plan.
Yeah, I think we need to keep talking about it because if this bond doesn't pass and we're saying we're closing Washington, then what do you do with Washington? Cause that's the whole concept is let's get a daycare and a preschool. I mean, let's make use out of it. We own the buildings, so we're into maintenance. So before we say, hey, we're gonna close it and get the community all riled up, I think we need to come up with a game plan. And I think we have a work session tomorrow night. I mean, let's see what they had to say. I mean, we gotta decide what we're gonna do on the bond, if we're going for the full pledge or not, because I don't wanna say, hey, you know, we're gonna close Washington and the bond doesn't pass, then
So are we saying that?
I think that we have to do it
Are
either
we-
way.
I do too, so that's what I mean, are we
I mean,
gonna
just
say-
looking at the numbers and looking at our funding and looking at the decrease, I don't think that we have another option. I'll be the bad guy that says it.
That's what I was gonna say, I mean, I just think, if we don't turn it into a daycare preschool right away or ever, I think this still needs to happen.
I just don't think that we have the numbers.
I don't think we have the everybody wants a neighborhood schools argument when we look at those maps and see that everybody's going to every school anyway.
You gotta go wherever they want, and there's nothing
I
wrong with
mean,
it.
I look at this with Lincoln, and we turned a family away that a kid had cancer, I think, that has to go to 2 different schools. And you look right on this line, how many Lincoln kids are,
well, that was us trying to, I think that was them trying to
I
control
know.
a little bit.
I gotta agree with that. I mean, I don't think we can even consider putting this on the bond issue unless we as a board are gonna stand up and make a decision saying we're gonna close it. Otherwise, we can't say, throw this out on a bond issue and then when everybody votes for it or against it, say, oh no, we're gonna change our mind, we're not gonna do that. That's not fair to the voter. We need to be upfront, transparent as far as what we're gonna do. If we don't wanna do anything, that's fine, let's make a decision. But I think we need to make a decision.
That makes sense. The numbers are staggering, so.
do you want a motion now?
Sure.
So, if I can,
Yes.
uh,
You can make it sure.
well, no, that's not what I meant.
You're not gonna be here next year.
So it's just something that we wanna, I mean, timeframe, Adam, we're not in a hurry. Are we to make that decision like this meeting, another month? I guess what I'm getting at is this is not on our agenda. This is
That's
something
true.
that,
That's
this is
true.
something that the community is very passionate about.
That's true.
And we're basically gonna take action tonight and nobody even knew we were talking
Yeah,
about it
I'm
tonight.
glad you said that.
That I don't think is right, so,
I cringed.
we're all worried
Thank
about
you.
what everybody's gonna say and then we're pulling the trigger on something we never even put in front of them.
Yes,
I don't think
agree.
that's right, so,
I don't either.
that's just my thoughts.
Thank you, mine too, you saved me.
And I have concerns that it was on the potential bond issue, but it wasn't on the survey, so we didn't get public input about how they felt about that, and it feels like, well, if they wanted the bond and they weren't at the last meeting, they don't know that we're talking about
Well,
closing.
and I get that, but it comes down to we have to make a decision on this school board, or the school district. I mean, we're potentially gonna be losing money with Washington staying open, so.
Yeah, I don't think that it's necessarily tied to the bond. I think that if we act, we have an opportunity with the bond, but I think they're two separate
For sure.
thoughts.
And if it is with the bond, to your timeline question, it depends on construction and all those types of things, so.
So can you put it on the agenda for next month?
Mhm.
Does that work for you all?
Can you word it? Nice.
How do you want to?
Okay, but we
Ask
still,
AI,
Okay, we can talk about-
It's out there.
we can talk about the big decision, which seems like, we still have to figure out if we do close the school, where are we gonna send those kids?
Yeah.
How are we gonna do that?
We're gonna look at this and we're gonna have,
I
talk
think
to parents, have a meeting.
the
have a
logical
meeting.
answer, they go to Kennedy. I mean, that's the,
Yeah.
that's the one
I
that
don't-
hold them all.
The bus kids go to Kennedy.
No, the bus kids just keep it, I think
Yeah,
all
keep it.
Washington goes to Kennedy.
Washington goes out,
I feel like that's
that's something.
a simple, but sometimes I worry that simple is too simple. I don't know.
I
I
mean,
have a
that
friend
school,
that tells me the very
that school is
opposite, so.
underpopulated as it is, Kennedy is, let's fill it up. I mean,
Yeah,
Okay, so you want that in discussion or action next month?
just, gosh, yeah.
Okay.
It could always lead to action.
we can take action on this.
So
Unless-
everyone
just-
does that?
I mean,
Well-
yeah, it's not a
If
lot
we
of time to get public, I mean, we allowed for a public input for a long time for the attendance centers, and we did a whole thing at the middle, or at the high school, and this felt, to me, if I went to school there, it would feel like, oh, I had a month, I didn't, like, it just was happening.
Well, I think we know that the people that have kids there are gonna want it open. Like, I mean, that's given, so you know you're gonna have that group. I don't know. Is that insensitive?
You're right, I've talked to quite a few, people have asked me, is it closing, and they don't want to close, but they understand that a town this size. we're gonna
Mm-hmm. That's what I'm hearing.
But yeah,
Okay, so discussion topic next month. Do you need anything brought from the district for that or just continued discussion?
like everything else, can we decide to vote next week? I mean, like, we gotta actually,
Anytime you can.
yeah. Just because I'm thinking the bond, if we wanna get that out there, that's the only reason.
Right.
If we decide it, and we talk about the bond tomorrow night, and it's all a go,
Mhm.
and we can change it tomorrow night.
Okay, continued discussion topic next month. Got it. Thank you.
All right, first action item, curriculum updates.
Okay.
That's trees this time, but still, it's still a little bit. I gave you a hard, or an electronic copy of this also, if that's easier. The first page on there is just the, by grade, the assessments that we, give
you.
for Fastbridge. And then the next two pages, when you printed your own, you go, okay. Alright.
Slow but steady.
Okay, so the second page that's there are the math measures. And those are district scores. If you look at early math, that's only kindergarten and first grade because that's the only grades that give that assessment. If you look at early reading, then that's the K1 again is the only grades that have that. So that's a across the district look at those scores. So it breaks it down tier 1, tier 2, tier 3. Fastbridge speak that also could look like low risk would mean that we don't have glaring concerns. Some risk would be that we tier 2 we would have some concerns or may have some concerns with a student and their performance, and then the tier 3 would be that high risk. So we have some significant concerns about how they scored on that screener, and then we would do a diagnostic to dig a little deeper and put some plans in place, supports in place for that. Under each test, I also included a little bit of a breakdown of what it did so that you could see that. If you look at the electronic copy, if you click the title of the assessment, so A math or whatever, it'll take you to a longer description of what that is, so it's a little bit more in depth of what that looks like. If you think about the curriculum chart that I showed you back in February, I think initially, and then again last month, and it's in your folder again for this month. We are looking at phonics curriculum, hopefully tonight, which would impact especially that early reading and the CBM scores, and then hopefully eventually the A reading scores. Next year is when we're looking at elementary math. We'll also be looking at some of the secondary specific classes at the high school level also. And we also have teachers that are going to Kansas Math Project, which is one of the district goals too. So have that. Letters with science of reading is, we have a really great cross-section of the district already completed. So they have that basic foundational knowledge. They've done both letters 1 and letters 2, and so they've done units. Letters 1 is units 1 through 4, letters 2 is units 5 through 8. So the majority of our teachers that are required to have that training already have it, which is awesome. We are ahead of a lot of places around us. The district that I came from hasn't even started. And so with the pullback of some of the federal funds that happened at the state level recently, they're not quite sure how they're going to accomplish it. And so we're in a very good spot letters wise. We have 15 people that still require letters out of our whole district, and 9 of them are a seal of literacy. We only have 15 people left that require that based upon the job that they'll be doing this next year. And out of those 15, 9 of them have said, I really want to do letters. The other ones have said, I'll take a test and certify it myself. We gave them that option. So we really do feel like that background foundational knowledge piece that our teachers have received over the last couple of years, and then hopefully enhancements with curriculum will really play an impact in what we're seeing across all of those levels on that FastBridge data, if that makes sense.
I have a question. On the early reading tier 2, it's kind of disturbing that at the end it went down to -20.
So it's because those kids, the majority of the kids went down.
Okay, that makes sense, okay.
That's what I was like, yeah, that's good. The green and the red was like, wait.
Yeah, I was trying to make it easier, and that's why I printed them in color too, because I was like, I want to color code it to make it easier. So a positive in that green would mean a decrease somewhere, most likely.
A positive is a decrease?
The positive in the green would mean that so like an early reading, like Brandon was talking about, it went up 17 from fall to spring and tier 1, but those kids have to come from somewhere.
Right.
So they came out, the majority of them came up from tier 2 into tier 1, which is a great thing. Exactly what we want to see.
Good. Thank you.
So questions about this, because I'm going to roll into phonics, right? Because it's connected.
Yeah, go ahead.
Do we have this for middle school, or am I missing something?
It's all included. So middle school, their kids do CBM. For reading, they do CBM and A reading, and then for math. So on this chart, Pat, this green section here are the tests that they take. And if they're proficient at the high school level, once they've tested it, they don't have to continue to test. So once they're proficient at high school, the screener is no longer required by the state.
Really?
Do we have tier 3 people in high school? I mean,
As far as kids?
Yeah.
100%.
so what do we do for those kids?
So same thing, we're working with the science of reading, so structured literacy training. So we had Dr. Kern, before she left, set up a structured literacy training for high school at the beginning of this year. And that was all content areas because everybody really teaches reading.
I didn't know that, that's awesome.
And that continued, and Mr. Meyer asked for a deeper dive for the middle school staff, and so we had the trainer come out a couple of additional times out to the middle school to do some stuff on site there as well.
But we could probably use an interventionist at the high school.
Really what we're looking at is where do we get our bang for our buck, and as you just talked about, we have a lot of core classroom teachers, and so how do we make sure that they have the very best tools, that's knowledge and materials. So right now, with the science of reading training, that letters training, and the Kansas math project opportunities that we're working through right now, so I'm talking science and math, said science of reading, and so, but so that's why it's in my brain, reading and math, but that's really what we're looking at. So getting that foundational knowledge risen for them, and then also curricular-wise, making sure that they have the tools that they need. And so I think when I've talked to the elementary teachers in particular about phonics, they say, well, science of reading says I have to have systematic, explicit instruction in order to move these kids. And we need to have programs that do that. And the skills piece from CKLA, which is where our current adoption is not hitting that for us. And so I'm kind of rolling into the next thing. Is that okay?
I do have a question, but I wanna make sure Pat gets hers.
Yeah, I just would like, I just wish we could see how many are still in, a true, not minus 20, but a true how many,
In the high school?
really everywhere,
Middle
That's
school.
kinda what I'm,
It's-
my
it's
question
Private
is,
school.
It's
we've had that before, I mean,
It's confusing because if you look at the bottom of this list, if for grade 6 and 7, if the student is at some risk or high risk in a reading, which is a comprehension type test, then they're gonna administer the CBM, which is the fluency test. And so that's how many words a minute can you read correctly within a minute. And so like only a very small portion of our kids that are either some risk or high risk in a reading actually take CBM. So those numbers, when you look at them per grade, are a little confusing. And so that's why I thought for tonight, at least it would be best to show you the overview, because it does get a little confusing. With the access that I have, I can scale down to class,
so
like
you can
I
isolate.
can.
Yeah.
The issue is, again, if I was gonna look at it holistically and show you numbers, it wouldn't show 100% of the kids, because it would only show, for CBM, that portion of kids that are in tier 2, tier 3, to only show them. It wouldn't show 100% of your kids. So that would look, it would look very much skewed. So, because not every kid is tested. And so
Could you
that's-
just do a sticky notes?
I could.
That's the best way.
I could. I do have my sticky note data wall up, which I used to make this, because I thought that was probably better than everybody crowding around my little board in my room.
Okay, I'm sure you've looked at these numbers a lot, how compared them to last year, how does it compare?
Is very consistent, with a couple of exceptions. If we would have looked at it by grade level rather than just like this, but again, it's weird because it skews the data once you get into the secondary, because not everybody takes it. But if you look at first grade, which again goes to the next topic a little bit, the campus that was using UFly for their phonics instruction, we were piloting that. That looks completely different than what was happening in another place. And it's a very shiny thing. Another building in an upper grade was testing in a different way, in terms of instead of doing a whole group, providing small group instruction opportunities for that testing to occur, which gave kids a different type of environment for that testing environment. And we also saw a significant difference there. And so they also made a choice to test that way for state assessments. So I'm curious to see what that looks like. We won't get those scores back until the fall, which is different than normal, but they're setting those cut scores over the summer this year.
9th grade teachers seem to be happy with their growth as well.
Yeah.
talking to them, because I have a ninth grader,
Yes.
they seem to be
Well, and they
pleased
also
with what they were
piloted
seeing.
something this year also. It's not on the at-risk list, but it is, it's a vocabulary program that Darla, Mrs. Carroll was using.
Yep.
And so we're gonna continue that again next year, just to kind of see if it was is that vocabulary acquisition translate into other things. It's too short of a period of time because it was only this spring for us to really know
Gotcha.
if we're getting the bang for our buck with that. Okay, so this rolls into the phonics. I know I brought it up with you all last time. I didn't have quotes to show you. So in your package, you had quotes from both UFly and the 95% core. So UFly just had the professional development piece on there. It's rather expensive. But when we talked about the tribal knowledge that we have within our district and lots of places since post-COVID, we really believe that this is going to be something really beneficial for our teachers. So right now, we would like to have UFly kindergarten, first and second grade, and that would be at Washington, Lincoln, and Eisenhower. And the reason that that's different is because of the grant that Kennedy received last year. And so we're wanting to provide that opportunity for that grant to continue to do its work, if that makes sense.
How long's that grant good for? I mean,
It's a 1-year renewable grant, which we got again this for this upcoming year, which rolls right into the next thing. Look at that.
Did you plan this out?
We worked this out before.
Did he give you a script?
So at Kennedy, there were 2 different quotes in your folder, I think. I gave Russ a whole bunch of things at one time. I was like, oh, yes, that one and not that one. There is, that's the PD one. There was one grant or one quote for Just Kennedy that has just materials. And then there is a quote for Kennedy that's just professional learning. And so the professional learning would be for the phonics core program for 95% group, all K-5. And then our 3rd, 4th, and 5th grade teachers in all of our buildings would actually also benefit from that training that's happening with the 95% group. Because the grant, this is all really confusing, so I apologize. Because the grant that was written for this year didn't work out the way that it was initially thought, Darcy called KSDE and said, hey, we didn't use all of the money in the grant this last year. Is it possible for us to redo the budget grid and utilize those funds differently because we're going to continue on with this? So they haven't given us, they said, yes, it's possible. Send it to us. We meet every week or 2 throughout the summer, and we'll give you an answer. We submitted it last week before last, something like that. We haven't heard back yet, but we did ask for them to include all of Kennedy's 95% group expenses within this grant cycle, this last year's, so it wouldn't even be for
Wouldn't
this
even
year.
touch
Nope.
next year's.
Nope.
That would be great.
Agree, for lots of reasons. All of these phonics materials are on the state-approved evidence-based practice list, which was one of the things that we talked about with the phonics committee, is we wanted to make sure that, 1, they were already approved by the state and rocking and rolling, and the state had data that said that these were great things for kids and for teachers to use. But 2, we can use that risk money for it. We don't have to go into the curriculum pot and use the curriculum money that's being set aside, so that when we get into math next year and I bring you a high dollar item, we are able to buy everything that goes with it. And that's one of the things that we heard back from the teachers when Darcy and I went out and visited with a whole bunch of people, was we didn't get everything initially when we did the curriculum purchase because we were adopting so many things all at once.
Yeah.
And that's really expensive to do. And so it's gonna be something we want to do, make sure that happens, is when we purchase the math curriculum, each teacher gets the manipulative kit that goes with it so that they have all the tools already there. When we purchase the phonics curriculum, they have all of the decodables, all of the materials, all of the things already there.
So you've talked to the teachers about this curriculum, they're excited about it.
The phonics committee, yes, they have, so 15 teachers on the phonics committee, 3 from each building, including the middle school. They were split on, for K2, they were split, kindergarten, first, second grade, on the 95% group at UFly. Some of them really like the 95% group and some of them really like UFly. We also got to go out to 2 different districts and see it in person, see it used with kids, and then ask the teachers what they thought. The team really appreciated that opportunity.
Yeah.
We did that in April. And I'm very thankful for those districts for allowing us to do that. We went to Douglas and into Andover. And that was a great experience for the teachers for lots of reasons, but they appreciated the opportunity to do that.
And you said UFly was the one that you saw.
UFly data, like, that's what broke the tie.
Okay, that's what I was wondering.
If I'm being, so when I look at the data and, cause it has names and stuff on it, I could show you by my data wall back there, but you could see it's just so visibly different. But I think part of it is that when Kennedy started this program in the fall, they didn't have any training whatsoever. There's lots of components to all of the pieces that go with the core phonics program, and so they really need the professional learning to go with it.
It's 95%.
With all of it, there are videos for all of it, but sitting around and watching a video is different than having an in-person experience.
They're doing the 95% now, Kennedy.
Yeah.
And they still will because of the grant.
They would still be because of the grant. All of the buildings, including the middle school, and sporadically at the high school level too, are using some of the 95% group intervention resources already. That's been in place in the district for a really long time. So we would continue to support those, but expand this into core, which again goes back to that data on FastBridge, especially the early reading and the CBM. And then eventually, hopefully, that bleeds, because once kids are more able readers, their level of comprehension should increase just naturally. So that's kind of what we're hoping.
So when I'm looking at the PDFs that you put in our packet, I see like the Kennedy, like the 95% is all itemized, it's like you get this, and this. But then when we look at the UFly stuff, it's
Great
just
question.
says
Yep.
2 line items, like I
It is just
resources.
nope. So the manuals for UFly are $70, and so I need to do an audit count of because we bought several of them already because people were using them. Tira bought some of them the year prior because they were using them for special education. And again, they saw some benefit from there. So we already have several of the materials already. So again, they only have to have the manual that goes with it. We did use title funds to purchase some additional manipulatives. If you look on the UFly website, they have everything, but it's all paper. And like as someone that my wife didn't have plan time for a lot of the year, so I spent a lot of the time helping cutting out all of the letters for all of the children. And we bought little tackle boxes that have all the little, So we would want to use some of the resources that we've already purchased and then again purchase some more, but we need to audit where we're at with all of those books. Because she bought some, I bought some, the principals bought some of the teachers bought it themselves because it is a fairly inexpensive resource at only $70 per teacher. I need to look to see for sure. It's not going to be super expensive, and again, we would use at-risk money because it's on the evidence-based list.
My concern with the UFly quote is that they think we're in Kentucky.
I noticed that. So it may take a little bit longer for them to get here from Florida.
To Kentucky.
And then, okay, so there's 2 line items for people that can't see it. One is the 1-day implementation at $6,000 and then estimated travel, 2 trainers at $1,200 per trainer. You can't do digital, you can't do Zoom training, they have to, is that all travel expenses?
That is travel expenses, and that's one of the things that our teachers really talked about is having that in-person training versus if you ask any of them of their experience during COVID, they're a little COVID PTSD, in terms of all of the training that occurred via Zoom.
Yeah, okay, that's
And
fine,
so-
I just, does that expense equal, like, is that the registration for the event, or is that like every expense related to the travel?
That's-
Since it says travel.
They said, yep, based on what they've told us,
Okay.
is that, it's $1,200 per trainer, for their travel.
To Kentucky.
To
Right.
Kentucky.
Now it makes sense that that
Yeah.
is, yeah, we should talk about.
Yeah, maybe their mileage was a little off.
I didn't even realize there was a Wellington, Kentucky, so there you go.
There's a bunch of
Okay,
four this year.
another question, just from looking at the PDFs that we got.
Uh-huh.
The PDFs on the other one show that there's like workbooks and there's
Mhm.
lots of printed stuff.
Yep.
Is this a bit opportunity, UFly, does that have
All the materials are
Printed.
printable,
printable?
so we have,
You don't get a workbook
nope.
that's already printed like you do with the other ones.
which does allow, because they'll do a classroom inventory with UFly to see where kids are with their skills, and then they would start wherever the kids are at. And so, where the majority of their kids are, and so that will look different.
Do we plan on printing workbooks?
We
the
haven't, they're not workbooks, they're like, the codable sheets, and there are, the thing that they do the most, with like physical materials is, they have printout pieces where you cut all the letters and do all the things. I do not suggest that we do that, I think the teachers would hurt me, and I don't want them to do that, so we would, we've purchased Wilson materials, which are harder, have the letters that are, they're magnetic, those types of things. We've purchased those already with some of the pieces that we have. So the building that has, there's 2 buildings that we purchased those for. Ike and, looking at the young lady, Ike and Lincoln, we purchased both of those for them already. So it would just be the few at, which building did I say? Oh my gosh.
Washington?
Yeah, Washington. So we're really talking about 2 sets because we already have another set that's, so, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, the other curriculum items that were in your folder are all things that the district currently has and supports. One is Edgenuity, which we use for credit, primarily for credit recovery, but we also use for virtual. That's also an expense that can come out of at risk because of credit recovery. Again, that's just a continued thing. iExcel is something also that we're continuing. iExcel Math, the state pays for, and they've already paid for it for this year. We just have to pay for the other pieces that we choose to use. That will also come out of at risk. And then Quaver is the only one that we're currently using that would come out of our curriculum.
We approved
Nice.
that, right?
You guys have already approved that too, so.
So dollars and cents, Darcy. I mean, it's probably 100,000 plus we're looking at there.
Most of it qualifies for at-risk, which is really nice because we're required to transfer, I believe it was 2 million we were required to transfer to at-risk, so we already have the funds available.
The district, or the state continues to refine the funnel of things that can be purchased out of at-risk monies. And so, we learned about that again today when we were at the budget workshop, and then, we also have a training at the end of July that's gonna talk through us, more with how to utilize at-risk funding to best support our kids.
So we don't have to concern about budget coverage.
Not on
and
at-risk
everything.
funds, no. So a lot of your stuff that normally would have been charged at-risk, ESSER was covering.
Mhm.
So we have quite a healthy balance there already, so, cause we used West funds instead, so we're good.
Random question, when does Zellen come up for a vote?
Oh, that was that's another continuation, and it actually goes through Orion.
Problem with that is we have to do something, right? Like
For
we-
careers.
Yeah, we have to do it and that's the
Yeah.
most,
I remember.
I don't
being-
love it,
I do not like it.
but
I
it's
think
like
it's
the
really
one that the state
stupid.
helps pay for, right?
It's a
So
cheap, it's I remember from the presentation years ago that it was like the cheaper.
Yeah.
Like it was like.
Like, I don't
I know that it.
I don't know if there would be another option
Because the
that,
quote doesn't even come through the company, it comes through
Right.
Orion.
What does that mean?
It's one of the service centers.
Clearwater.
It's it's at Clearwater. So it's not us contacting them like for all of this stuff. It's us contacting and soliciting information and all those things that they're pushing it to Orion and Orion's pushing it back to us on that one in particular.
Anyone else have any questions on? Now we're looking for a motion to approve.
Can we summarize the numbers again, Darcy? Can you tell us, like, so it's 80-some hundred for the U-Fly?
Stole Darcy's
That's
computer.
There's one point, it looks like there's 1.5
I'm just
in there.
confused with like all the PDFs that we like which ones we're approving, you know, like there's a lot
Yeah.
of duplicates.
I apologize.
No,
Because
it's
Russ, no, it's really my fault.
I don't-
Because Russ asked me, he's like, so which ones? And I was like, oh, and then I sent him another email. I was like, don't use those. That's the wrong one. This one right here for 47,400 is Ingenuity. And again, the 95% group ones for Kennedy may still come out of the grant funds for last year. Some of the Kennedy stuff, if it doesn't come out of grant funds for this last year, it'll come out of the new grant. So that's why Kennedy's separated out. So there should be 2 in there for Kennedy. There may be only 1, but I think that there's 2.
I thought there's 3.
there's 2.
Okay, and then there's another one for just Washington, Lincoln, and Eisenhower. For the 95% group. And so those 3 are 95%, and then I held it up, I thought. The U-Fly.
Yeah, you did.
Oh, got lost in the trees. For real.
That was 84. I'm
Yeah.
sure.
And that's just the professional learning for that. Oh, look at that. It looks like this. There you go. Thank you. She found it in there. And then IXL. $20,695, which one of the things that I didn't say is all of these include professional learning, which is one of the big things for our teachers. They said, I want something that's personalized for me for this. So one thing we didn't have previously was that Power Up PD package, that professional learning that's specific for IXL, and we included that in this year's piece.
I excel every grade level.
K-12.
How long? Oh, sorry.
And what's it
And
for?
then, so all of those are at-risk expensable pieces, and so the only one that's not at risk is Quaver.
We already approved to pay that,
Yes.
correct?
Not, you haven't approved to pay this one, you approved 1 year at the
This is for-
beginning of this year. This takes us,
English and science.
this takes us another 5
Gotcha.
5 years out.
Okay.
Sorry if I missed it, but how long do these other ones last?
The Quaver is 5 years, IXL is 1. The PD pieces, last as long as we have the teachers that are here. And so our instructional strategists, as well as myself, will also be trained. And so our goal will be, as far as that ongoing professional learning, is to provide that in person with those, with any of our new staff that were to come. And then the workbook materials for 95% group are 1 year. The manuals that we would get, that are the supplemental materials, and any of the like the Wilson boards and things that we use for manipulatives, those would be ongoing and just need to be replaced as they and then that's
Ingenuity's through 28.
yeah, and the Edgenuity is also a multi-year. I think it's 3.
And IXL is 1 year and it's 21,000.
And that's whole.
Wow,
Pretty
we have them
reasonable.
all.
Is that
it-
comparable?
That's what you got?
Okay.
I think it's expensive. when we're in.
I missed it.
So
Excel
if
the
you
first time.
start hearing teachers say, well, we don't have that anymore for some of these things. We have been working on paring down the list of all of the apps and the things that, because they're really expensive. At the
I
beginning
appreciate that, thank you.
of this year, we got a bill for a program that was funded through ESSER that had been on the at-risk list, that was removed from the at-risk at the beginning of the year, and that was $33,000, and just for the year. And when I looked at the usage data, we really only had 2 people using it. And so that's one of the things that we're looking at is, as we're doing these renewals, who's using
Yeah, that was my
and what
next
is-
question. IXL being used?
very much so.
Okay.
It was using CrewCon, and now they don't have CrewCon, so,
Yeah, Krishna.
well, they had like twice a week, what the, used to be every day.
Well,
Well,
and the
they're
crew,
using it in the middle school during.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But-
I,
Yeah,
but
so
I was
every
in
other-
high school.
it's not used as much at the high school level. It is used a lot at the middle school level, and if you look at upper elementary, it's used a lot there also. So,
And
not
I've
as
asked
much
before,
for the
can we
littles.
make sure we get something out that parents can be using that this summer?
Yeah.
Please. 'Cause I know I bought it over the summer and then teachers were like, why did you pay the money for it? I know not everyone's gonna use it, but I think maybe more would if they knew it was available.
And do people like IXL?
Yeah, there's some really good data, and they've really done a nice job with building it up so that it, connects with some of the other pieces. So there's a FastBridge link. So if I score in this level on FastBridge, I can put that in and program those skills for that. Same with state assessments. If I look at a standard that maybe on the interim assessment my kids didn't do well on, or that student didn't do well in, I can put in that standard and it takes us there. So there's some really great correlation.
But there's also, I mean, kids can also manipulate IXL and work on stuff that's lower than their grade level
That's very true.
and spend a bunch of time doing nonsense and.
I wholeheartedly agree, which is why I want the professional learning for our teachers so that we make sure that they know exactly what and how some of that stuff can occur.
I'm gonna open this up real quick.
Yeah.
Take a cracker.
Glad it's someone else.
Who sees, I guess the results of where, like if I'm on IXL, who sees where I'm at or how I'm doing, how I'm progressing?
It depends on the level. So at the middle school level, any teacher that's associated with that kid has access to that score. So if they're in a class with that kid, so because their quest teacher may not be a teacher that they have other than that. So whoever they're associated in that class, that's how they're connected. So all of the certified staff, if they are associated with that kid, they have access to that student score.
And the students in the middle school started attaching their scores on their grade check. And it was really confusing, and so I feel like there needs to be some parent education about what that is and what it means and how the program works.
Will you expand on that? I'm not sure what you mean. What do you mean by that?
So my kid sent me his score and it said math 5.6. What does that mean?
Oh, okay. Like a
It means that he's in the 5th grade 6th month and he's an 8th grade student.
Okay, got it.
So I think some teachers, I know my kids had an and maybe it started after you had asked about it.
Yeah, I think it did.
Okay. I don't know, maybe we just needed to make sure there was continuity, but maybe that's it.
Do they do it just at Quest or do they do it in core classes? Do they?
It depends. So one of the things that Dr. Kern purchased last year for this school year was that everybody had access to all of the pieces on IXL. So they had every grade level had access to social studies, every grade level had access to science. When I got the renewal initially a few months ago, I asked the principals, okay, who's actually using it for all of the things? Because we have to pay for each little add-on. And it's a per student fee. And so what does that look like? And so really the only consistent outside usage other than math and reading was 7th grade science, which is why that's on that quote. Is because it is the thing. And when that teacher met with us, she's like, if you don't buy that for me, I'm buying it myself. Because I believe in it that much. And so which is why it's on that quote. I did talk to Mr. Meyer and asked, what would that look like at the middle school level in particular with social studies and science and the other two grades that are there for 6th and 8th grade. And so we are gonna consider piloting it again in the spring, I said that wrong, in the fall, at the middle school level for social studies and science, just so that we can see, well, especially with that additional professional learning, because I don't believe that they have that piece beforehand.
So it is done at quest time.
Primarily.
Any other questions? Looking for a motion.
So moved.
Got a motion, can I get a second?
Second.
Got a second? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
And opposed, same?
Thank you.
Good job, Chad, you could answer every question.
Thank you for all of your research and
Well, it's a
being
lot of
able to
paper.
understand what we're gonna ask and everything.
You have been busy, thank you.
Yeah, the portrait.
Next up, administrative reports.
Well, June and July, it will look like this often, so. Not gonna get a lot of administrators in here, so. I do wanna say that, Mr. Brungart has been in town, quite a bit and, already, getting his feet wet, and so we're really excited about having him in the community, so.
But they found the house yet.
Not last I heard, but I know they were still looking, so.
I think everybody in town's looking for
Board member comments. Pat, you wanna start?
Did we do exit interviews this year? I think Katie anyway sent out a couple, or got a couple, or did we do?
We sent out the it's a survey, exit survey is what we sent out.
Do we have the, results? I mean, did people?
I know that she's sent it out at least twice. I don't know the results. I can find out.
So it came from KNEA, not us?
No, it came from us. Ours
Oh.
came from us. I don't know what the NEA did.
Yeah, and maybe, I don't know if they did either.
Does everybody get it or just certain people?
Certified it's certified right now.
So any teacher that's leaving,
Yeah, so she sent out you're leaving the district email that said, here, we need your computer, we need your badge, your FSA will end on this date, your benefits will end on this date, here's our exit survey, or you'll be receiving an exit survey, you know.
so could we get those results, get some of those by next month? Maybe. Might see. Building needs assessment, did we do that, or do we do that, or?
Yeah, we started with the administrators back in March, asking them to work through that process with their building leadership team and site councils. And so I have all of those collected, and so I asked you to put them in a way that makes sense so that it's not all the trees, so.
So, I mean, we'll see them next month, maybe, or we won't, or, I mean.
No, you guys will see.
Okay.
Yeah, it's
For
part of the
Yeah.
authorization of the budget,
Part of the
so
process, yeah.
wanna make sure that you see it. The only thing that is different this year, normally you would have at least preliminary state assessment scores, but because those scores are being
Probably a good thing.
redone over the summer, we won't actually have them until late fall, is what they're projecting for us right now. They said September initially, but today they said, October, November, December. They told us that this morning, so I'm not 100% sure. Initially, they told us September is when we'd have those.
This is just overall question, do we have a grounds crew and a maintenance crew, or?
Mike is head of it all, but yeah, we do have a grounds director.
I just know from one of the track meets, there were coaches and teachers out at the track weeding and cleaning it all up because they refuse, I don't know who they are, if it's the custodians or the ground people, somebody, they refuse to do it. And I'm like, oh, and I meant to say that earlier, just slipped my mind. But I just didn't pay the grounds crew or whatever, so. We used to have both kind of people over them, so those remember. That's all I have for them. I think.
No, I'm good. I've just got a few things on my mind, most of it's rain, so.
Jess?
Had a great end of the school year. The end of year program for the teachers was great. I wasn't able to make it last year. Hope everybody has a good summer. That's all I got.
Where are we at on the community building / locker room? I mean,
So I sent
summer's gonna be over, and we're gonna be needing it, and
I sent an email to the board a few days ago, maybe.
Earlier
Saw
this
that
week.
We have I spoke to Jeff, we have a day picked out for the board and the council to be able to come some night just to do a walkthrough, so you guys get to see it ahead of time, as you guys were a part of getting it done. And then I believe that Val and the chamber are working with the city and us to put together something for around picnic in the park during Weed Festival for the community to be able to have a ribbon cutting and then be able to go see it as well. So
yeah,
wanted a night for you guys to be able to see it individually and then follow that up with something for the community.
right. I saw the email. I guess
Oh,
in
sorry.
particular, I was thinking more along the lines of like furnishings and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Yep,
You know what I mean?
I specifically asked Jeff that the other day, and he said that he was in process of that. I didn't get a lot of detail out of that conversation, but I did specifically ask about the furniture, and he said that he was in the middle of talks with whoever he's talking to about that, so.
Okay.
And then he also said he was gonna get with us, because obviously it's gonna be a locker room too, and so we need to make sure the
So we
furniture
would
makes
be
sense for
doing
both.
locker room stuff, purchasing and.
It's gotta meet the needs of both, so.
Right.
Can we, like, talk with the city about naming it so it's not the community center?
Sure.
So it's maybe named after somebody or?
The only other thing I
Which?
had was I heard mention, and I think it may have been a meeting I missed, a bowling team. Was that still on the works?
Ellie's been talking about that a little bit. I don't think she's far enough into navigating it for next school year, but it is on her mind. I know she was researching it, but I don't know that she had it together enough, to start in the fall.
Okay.
But it has been a topic of conversation.
I
I just
think
got
we kind of
hit by a
started
couple
once.
burns.
I think it'd be great.
I did you.
That's all I got.
I don't have anything. Sarah?
I believe, during COVID, wasn't there like a law, like that the governor signed about substitutes doing away with the 60-hour thing, like meeting 61, and won't that
state-
expire?
The state board's meeting this
Maybe
week
this week about it.
about that.
Okay. I knew it was like set to expire July 1st, so I wondered what we were gonna do about that. Okay. And then can we talk about taking the new hires and all that off the consent agenda officially? Have a discussion around it? And then about the, because I personally don't know any of these people. I don't sit in with any of their interviews, and so I don't feel comfortable saying yes or no, because I don't know who they are.
So do we have to vote on it then?
Is it not our requirement that we?
I don't know, I
I
don't
say, I think it is, but that's the thing that all districts do. I mean,
That's why we have
I've
to
heard
sit
that.
there.
So, and I'm gonna speak
I mean,
that.
I see what you mean, because I had someone ask me the other day, why'd you hire this person? I was
I
like,
don't even
because that's
know
what the
this.
hiring
But-
committee,
Yeah.
I get it.
And I'll agree with you on that, but then again, we have people in place that do this hiring for us.
Yeah.
And if we're gonna sit here and nickel and dime all this stuff, we're
Oh,
really
I'm just saying,
micromanaging.
don't, do we have to approve it?
I will find out the
Okay.
official word on that.
Can we make
Yeah.
sure?
Yes.
We do.
Because if
I think we do, because I mean, every
Jason
district,
talked about it a lot.
yeah.
And we have
Well,
executive
thanks.
session beforehand to kind of, if anybody has a concern or.
Yeah, I mean, I
Which
think the
helps.
process we have in place is good, but it just, if I vote yes on something, I wanna know everything about it, and it's just hard when I don't know, so.
I'll get with an attorney on that. I've heard mixed, honestly, over the year. I've heard that boards have to meet once a month, but you don't even have to have an agenda.
Right.
So I've heard, and that wouldn't even make sense with that, so I will find
But
out.
if you have one, you have to follow it.
Yes, yes,
I
you do.
think I heard that too. I think I heard it at KSB training. You
Yeah.
don't have to
You
have
don't
an
have to
agenda, you
agenda.
don't have to follow
Right.
parliamentary procedure either.
That's true.
It's just, if you do, you have to do it.
Right, so that doesn't match up with not having consent either, so.
Hey, wait a
we'd have
minute,
to-
fist fights. Let's do it.
Yes, we'll look into that.
Okay,
I'll
and
have something
then, we got the June policy updates, but there are gonna be some changes that will take effect July 1st, and that's gonna be, so do we send that to the whole board, or do we have to meet? Because some of it's gonna, pertain to Kansas Open Meetings Act and our subcommittees and all that
Yeah.
will be open to the public and
Correct.
all that.
As of July 1st, yeah.
Correct.
Yep.
And we
So-
are making sure that, sorry to
You're
interrupt. My concern with that this whole time, and something that I've heard in a KASB training, was how that's going to affect negotiations. So I just wanna make sure that we're getting clarification on that, because that, according to statute, could possibly be treated differently.
Would not be open to the public? Or is that what
Well, I
you
mean, negotiations, the actual negotiations are, but the committee shouldn't be, because that means that the
Oh,
association could send
like
someone
when you
in,
guys leave and go,
no,
wouldn't you?
when we're deciding what we're going to negotiate. If that's open to
I
the
see.
public, that means anyone
I
can
see.
come and
I
see
see.
what we're gonna
Yeah, I got
negotiate.
it now.
So by law, there have always been exceptions for negotiations. So the question that last I heard when I was discussing this in a KSB legislative discussion was, will negotiations be handled differently? Because if our negotiations committee meetings have to be open to the public, that means that they know what we're gonna negotiate. So if we could get clarification on that one, please.
And then can we add information request to the agenda for our next meeting, how the district deals with information requests from the board? The discussion.
Each asking like if someone, like one of us asks,
Yeah, just so Adam has clarity on like how he deals with information requests, like if I say, hey, can you send me this or whatever? Cause he does serve the majority of the board, so we have to decide a policy.
He serves the whole board,
Do it.
said majority.
Well, he doesn't have to act on one board member.
Right.
Yeah.
He acts on the.
Right.
Majority, yeah.
I see what you mean.
So I just think,
It's a lot of fun, you guys should try it.
so you want to talk about now, you want to bring up next
oh
one?
no, I was wondering if we could add it to the agenda for next.
Like good with you?
Yeah, the sooner I get that, the better, so I feel, but if we're gonna do it next month, then that's totally fine, timeline wise.
January 1.
Nice try.
Go
And
rub
then
it in.
the building needs assessment, can you get that to us before the board packet? We got our board packets, I think on Friday night, and that was not gonna be enough time if we get those in our July packet to have a meeting.
Sure.
To review all that for the next board meeting.
Yeah.
So can you get those to us as soon as you feel comfortable before
Uh-huh.
August? Okay, cool. And then, Tara, can you update us on the position at the high school, like Mrs. Gray's transition?
So for 2 years, we haven't had a transition coordinator because she was sick.
Mhm.
So Mrs. Gray's going to the transition position. And eventually the hope is, because right now we serve 18 to 21, my thoughts are, we serve 18 to 21 in the high school classroom. And instead having that transition person also work with 18, 21-year-olds if they qualify for 18, 21-year-old program. And so they don't have to come every day. In the 18, 21, it's just a lot different. It's just based on the IEP, which isn't different for anyone, but they don't necessarily be there every day. But there should be a separate from kids, 18, 21s in the, they call it low freshman classroom. And they should have continued there for 6 years, 7 years. Because if they start as a freshman at 14, they can go until, it's actually till if they turn 22 July 1st, they're still there until they're 21. So they're there for 7 years. So, and then trying to get them out in the community to start working again was the long-term goal. And she has community ties. She's worked with them, with other people before in that. And so that's where that led to.
Okay, is it a new program or is there stuff that's already been developed that you're just gonna build onto or are we gonna?
So right now we have the transition coordinator position already in the budget. We just haven't had someone there. And part of that is doing kind of what they do in the high school anyway, but what do the kids want to do? And you go through part of the IEP once they're 14 in Kansas, 16 in other places, should run what their IEP looks like. And so she'll be doing some different things with people, like questioning them and, talking to kids and working with those teachers so that the IEP is geared more towards what happens at the end. So we should be looking at the end in mind. Are they gonna graduate with their class at 18? Are they gonna, because it's all special ed kids. It's not from 14 up. It's not just that low incidence. But the other part of that is also trying to get some of the state things that we have available. It's called pre-ups up until 17 or 18. And then the other part, because we can't get anybody to come to meetings. And these are kids that are most vulnerable, who need the most help, or all our kids, to make sure they have a job and they're not staying at home and they have a future, right? And so that's the goal of that, and that's what eventually what I think it should lead into.
Do you know what age they can go to futures?
Well, Futures has really dropped their program a ton.
Okay.
They used to be, my understanding is, I wasn't here, very active in job placements. They even had their own day service. They don't really have that day service as much anymore. And so some of those kids that would graduate out of Mrs. Gray's room would tend to go to the day services. So they would go to do work boxes or whatever that is.
Fire sticks.
But I'll tell you right now, the state is also, for those people becoming adults, they're changing a lot of the rules and are taking away a lot of funding. So where is it gonna fall back to? It's gonna fall back to communities and places like Futures. And so trying to work with them also on what that's gonna look like for the community. So, but trying to get kids back out and working, kind of like what Mrs. Case does with the high school general ed. We have kids in high school that aren't really good at school, but they can weld better than anybody. They can work on farms, and that's the goal. Trying to help them get through the school part, but getting them right now, there's so many different training opportunities that are free. And trying to get some of our kids who are right there in the middle, not super high, not super low, but they aren't as good at school. But they can do all those skills. So that's kind of focusing back on them. And Miss Gray and I have had the conversation, and I hate leaving, because that was one of the big things we're really trying to do. But so her and I are gonna work this week and probably next week some on just getting what that looks like. But that's primarily the goal in mind, is to help our kids know what they want to do at the end.
Will those students who've been with her for years, will they still have, we should still be there with them
She'll-
to
right.
access?
Well, that's gonna be up, she'll be at the high school, out of the high school, because that's where the previous person was. Now, whether she'll be in that room across the hall, I don't know yet, because I know that they're trying to rearrange to get the radio and stuff together. But yes, and then we also have the person we're moving into that position, it lives here, it wants to stay here, she's going to school to be in it. So we're building our future with both. We're using the skills of our previous teacher that has some of those, interactions with people, and then we're putting someone in who's gonna stay, and that's their whole goal, so. Does that answer your
It
question?
does, yeah, thank you.
Mhm.
I think that's all I have.
I have seen more about state track this year than I've ever seen about track. And I think our team did phenomenal, so I wanna say congratulations to all of them. And I feel like it's very important that we do this, whatever we're gonna do, and focus on our track, because I think it's only gonna get bigger from here. That's all.
Okay. So then we will go into executive session for negotiations. We'll include Adam, Chad, Darcy for 10 minutes. We'll resume at 7:50. I need a motion.
So moved.
Got a motion, get a second?
Second.
Second, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same.
So John takes me in the middle of that. But our pitcher has
How are you?
a 2-2 count, and some kids
Okay, we are back from executive session, no action was taken. We're gonna go in executive session for non-elected personnel to include Adam, Darcy, and Chad for 45 minutes. We'll resume at 8:35. Can I get a motion?
So moved.
Got a motion, get a second?
Second.
Second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same?
Maybe
How
I
long
need
is
to
that?
take my.
45 minutes.
Hey, Pat, you're killing me.
Minutes now?
Yeah.
Android user?
Yes.
Okay, we're back from executive session, no action was taken. We're gonna go back into executive session, to include Adam for 45 minutes.
Do you want Darcy on call?
With Darcy on call. We'll come back at 9:20. Can I get a motion?
So moved.
Got a motion, can I get a second?
Second.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Check.
An iPhone to be cool.
Everybody take your food.
I don't need an iPhone to be cool. I
Yeah,
just
we're
I did get all of, since you approved those things I got, I turned in.
Okay, we're back in executive session, no action was taken. We're gonna go back in executive session for 30 minutes. We'll have Adam and Darcy on call, and we'll resume at 9:50. Need a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Motion, get a second, got a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say 9:50.
Okay.
Is there any
Alright, so-
There's no peanut butter.
Yeah, I'm coming in.
that would really help with the protein.
Be right back, good.
I've been
Good
so,
stuff.
I've gained so much weight.
That doesn't stop.
We're back live. Back live.
Crap, guys, I ran.
I've gotten a
See
lot
that?
done. We're back
Well-
live.
Alright, we're back from executive session.
We don't have enough.
No
we don't
action
have
is
enough
taken.
people. Oh, there's Bob.
We need to go back executive session for 10 minutes. And we'll
You're
resume at
welcome.
10 o'clock.
So moved.
Keep Adam and Darcy on call. Got a motion? Second?
Oh, second.
All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed, same. Do we need Adam right now or no?
Give it
Very good.
Okay, we're back in executive session, no action was taken. Next up is the consent agenda.
Okay.
Restart.
Hold on.
Oh, but
We made the motion on the consent.
I'd like to make a motion that we add admin contracts as presented to the consent agenda.
To amend the consent agenda.
To amend the consent agenda to add admin contracts as presented.
Okay, we need a motion? I got a motion, can I get a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye. Aye. And opposed, same. Okay, now's your time to shine.
Okay. Okay, consent agenda. Approve the minutes of the May 12th meeting. Approve payroll and bills. Payroll, $1,350,622.59. Bills, $520,746.63. Transfers, approve all budgetary transfers to end the fiscal year according to state budget guidelines. Personnel, approve new hires. Abigail Barnett, second grade teacher, Washington. Nikita Colangelo, art teacher at the high school. Arissa Porras, first grade teacher, Washington. Olivia Bacon, para, Lincoln. Kylie Lagasse, Pep Lagasse, it is Lagasse. Kaylee Lagasse, Pep Club sponsor at the high school. Ross Foley, assistant football coach at the high school. Satvinder Cowley, math teacher at the high school. Eric Welch, math teacher at the high school. Christy Brungart, assistant volleyball coach, high school. Approve resignations. Matthew Terry, custodian at high school. Todd Larkey, forensics, debate, and esports coach, high school. Mallory Ashworth, math teacher, high school. Ashley Behrens, math teacher, high school. Ashley Ewing, fifth grade teacher, Eisenhower. Tierra Lemire, director of special projects, the district. And Krista M., SLP for the district. And approve transfers, position changes. Luann McGurk, math teacher at the high school to instructional strategist at Kennedy. Zoe Henderson, para at Kennedy to library aide at Kennedy. Deborah Sisson, para at Kennedy to para at the middle school. Michaela Elmore, para at Washington to at-risk aide at Washington. Lauren Anderson, assistant cheer coach at high school to head cheer coach at the high school. Trevor Warnock, assistant football coach at the middle school to assistant football coach at the high school. And approve admin contracts as presented.
And all those, I guess we need a motion to approve that.
So moved.
Got a motion, get a second?
Second.
Second, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same.
Aye.
That's it, meeting's adjourned. Thank you, everyone.
If this wasn't my computer, would my screensaver or my picture be on here that I have?
Well, if you're logged into your Google, is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, logged in my email, so